You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there, These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought If only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Good evening, Braves Country. It's here. Braves versus Mets. Weather permitting. The Braves versus Mets game 1 tonight. Well, that's what we hope. The good news is it's finally here, Braves versus Mets. The bad news is it looks like some really bad weather the next couple of days. So we'll see what happens. But we're going to go ahead and get you ready just in case. The plan is to do the game. So away we go, and let's go ahead and jump into it. All right. The lineups are out. So let's go ahead and dive into that. And looking at the weather, by the way, I mean, it is not looking well for the series. And it's a shame because the Braves are playing well, and this is when you want to play the Mets. Mets are kind of scuffling a little bit, other than the cough up that we had on yesterday's game at the end where Minter couldn't get 3 outs with a 4-run lead, which is just absolutely ridiculous at this point. Iglesias can't get back fast enough. He is started a rehab assignment, so we hope to have him back sometime next week, hopefully. But until then, they're going to have to try to piece it together. I would kind of suspect that if the game is played tonight, no matter what happens, Minter's not going to be in the game. They're going to give him a night to kind of reset himself mentally. And I would think Nick Anderson would be the guy that they would lean on. Now, that's assuming the game is close, right? Which is a big assumption because you never know which team is going to show up for the Braves or the Mets. But assuming the game is close, it's on the line, and we're heading into the late innings, I would think they're going to try to build it with Nick Anderson as the closer because Nick Anderson has the most experience at closer. Now, I know Kirby Yates has done it in the past, but it's been quite some time, and I don't think he has quite the stuff that that Nick Anderson has. By the time Brian Snicker got up off his butt and brought Jesse Chavez into the game yesterday, it was too late. I mean, it really was too late. You can't bring Jesse Chavez, who does not have blow-away stuff, into a game in a do-or-die, get a guy out or else scenario. Jesse Chavez is set up for the middle innings. Jesse Chavez will go in there and make sure he doesn't walk a bunch of base runners, and he'll rely on his defense. That's not really what you're looking at the end of the game. Now, you hope the ball is going to get hit to somebody, but obviously it didn't. Went into the gap. The run scored. Braves lose 5-4. And we do apologize, but we did lose power about a half hour after we got back on, sat there in a 3-hour rain delay. And I want to say it was about a half hour into being back on. Pow! It went out, and it never came back on here at my house until about an hour or so after the game was over. So we weren't able to. And I think eventually the feed dies. It stayed up there for a while, which I was pleasantly surprised because we were all putting the scores in and what was going on in. And I do thank everybody who was trying to alert everybody what was going on. But I think eventually what I saw, I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe from my end, it said this is no longer live, that kind of thing. So we do apologize for that, but sometimes you just can't fight Mother Nature. Now, tonight's game, we're going to go with the assumption it's being played for this conversation. There's no sense of talking about if it's not played because we don't have that information at this point. So right now, assuming that it's played, you see the Braves lineup right there. I'm not going to toggle back and forth. I'm going to give you the Mets lineup first, and then we'll go into the Braves lineup. With the Braves lineup, the Mets lineup, now they're going to be sending David Peterson to the mound. And David Peterson, a left-hander with a 7.36 ERA this year, a 1.36 whip. You like your chances, especially with Max Fried going to the bump. Max Fried's 1-0 with a 0.6 ERA, 0.93 whip. Big difference. Big difference. Max Fried has the upper hand in this game. But once again, the weather could play a role in this. And I'll get into the weather here in a bit. But Brandon Nimmo is going to be leading off for the Mets. Now, he's off to a pretty good start, batting .341. And he is a pain in the butt. He is not a guy that swings at bad pitches early in the count. He makes the starting pitcher work. Now, for a guy like Fried, that usually plays into his hand because Fried is quick to get out in front of you. But what Nimmo and a few of the Mets batters do, when they get 2 strikes, they're not afraid to choke up and then make you earn the out. And what that can really lead to, if you think about it, is a bunch of foul pitches because of the choking up, the shortened swing, fighting off pitches, and sometimes running your pitch count up. And that is going to be more of an issue, I believe, when Strider is on the mound, because last year, Strider didn't fare well against these Mets. And it's because they know how to run his pitch count up. As much blowaway stuff as he has, a lot of his stuff is straight, and all you're doing is trying to tack it foul and drive that pitch count up and get into the bullpen. But Nimmo's going to be leading off for the Mets, batting .341. I really think keeping him off the base pass is going to be key to shutting down the Mets this series. Starlin Marte is going to be batting second tonight, .229 average, a home run, 7 RBI. And then you got Francisco Lindor and Pete Alonso. And I guess you can put Jeff McNeil into this same category as far as the New York Mets are a very top-heavy lineup. And those 5 guys that I just mentioned, but primarily the first 4, Nimmo, Marte, Lindor, and Alonso. You're trying to navigate past them, and then you can be pretty aggressive when you get past that. After that, you're talking about McNeil, Kanya, Tommy Pham, Beatty. If you remember Beatty, he's the one that hit the home run against the Braves last year, his first game in the major leagues, did it at Truist Park. And then, of course, Francisco Alvarez, and he is the catcher. He's batting 9th. That is the kid that they were so high on that they kind of finagled the rules to get him onto the playoff roster last year, if you remember that whole thing. And long story short, not only did he not have a good introduction to the majors, didn't hit hardly at all last year, but he's off to a slow start, batting .176. Now you can see the talent in his bat. That is for certain. You can see the talent when he's up there. You can see why he was rated as one of the top prospects in baseball. But that doesn't always translate, and also it doesn't always translate quickly. So right now he's trying to find himself, and the Braves are going to try to take advantage of that. And I would think they could be pretty aggressive at the bottom of that lineup. Tommy Pham, he's got 2 home runs on the year along with Kanye, but they're barely hitting 200. And so when you get past the number 5 hitter in this lineup, which is McNeil, and McNeil is not your basic number 5 hitter. McNeil is a slap and Judy type hitter. He's really a guy that on most teams, if he was on the Braves roster, he would either be at the very bottom or he would be a guy that you would strategically place towards the top as a table setter to just move a guy along. Now, he won the batting title last year, and of course, some of that was a little disingenuous because if you remember, he sat the last few games so that he didn't have to face certain pitchers and ended up getting the batting crown by default. But the short of the matter is He's a good contact hitter. He's not exactly what you think of when you think of a number 5 hitter in the middle of the lineup. You know, when you think of the number 5 hitter in the middle of the lineup, conversely, the Braves tonight, number 5 hitter is Sean Murphy, a guy who can send it out of the park at any swing. So Braves offense, you got to give a check mark to the Atlanta offense going into this series. Atlanta tonight, as you can see, we're going to have Acuna, Olsen, Riley, Albies, Sean Murphy, Vaughn Grissom. Rosario is going to be the designated hitter. Pilar and Harris. And what is surprising to me about this lineup, not just the fact that we were excited as hell this morning, maybe I should have left off with this, to see that Michael Harris II is back and back in the lineup. He had the one appearance down on the farm, and they said, come on up. Let's go. Let's get it. And I love the fact they're putting him at the number 9 slot. Have him bat in front of Acuna like he did when he first came up, and he'll see good pitches to hit. But the other thing, do you notice something off of what I just said with that lineup? So you got Acuna and Olsen and Riley, Albies, and Murphy. None of that's really changed. Vaughn Grissom has been hitting up there. There's two things. A, thankfully, Rosario has been slid down. B, it's a left-handed starter, and Rosario is your designated hitter. A left-handed starter, and Eddie Rosario is your designated hitter. And what does that tell you more than anything else? It tells you that they have had enough of Marcell Ozuna. And the Braves today, they reinstated Harris off the rehab, and they also reinstated Eli White from the paternity list, but they optioned him to AAA. So Eli White is back down on the farm. Nick Solak also was optioned as well. So we have those guys going. The other thing is Raciel Iglesias last night began his rehab assignment in AAA Gwinnett. Typically what's going to happen with that, I've had some folks asking me questions about it. Typically what you're going to see is he pitched last night. He probably won't pitch tonight. They'll probably put him in tomorrow, and they don't care about situation per se. They're going to get him an inning of work no matter what's going on. So they'll probably get him an inning of work tomorrow and see how he feels. And then he could be ready as early as Monday for the finale in the Mets series, but most likely we're going to see him sometime next week. So he might get 3 appearances. If they really want to take their time, it could be even 4, but considering how the bullpen has gone so far, I don't necessarily see them taking their time on this, because this is not really a situation where you feel like that you can just kind of take your time and let him ease himself back in. We are having some issues there closing out games. And it wasn't just yesterday. This has been happening a little bit. And it goes back to something that a lot of folks have been wondering about, and I've gotten a lot of questions. I got some inboxes about it. And the quickest way for me to address this is this. There is a very, very good chance, and I mean very good chance, that when Mike Soroka is ready to come off the IL, assuming that he's not replacing someone who's injured, there's a very solid possibility that Mike Soroka is going to start off in the bullpen. And they've kind of talked about that. They've kind of danced around it. But you can see why that would be important, to get his confidence back, to get him back on track. And then if they felt like that they really wanted to get him ready for, let's say, a postseason or the postseason run, then he might go down back on the farm to get stretched out. But I think there's a very strong possibility that Soroka comes back sooner than later, but he's going to be in the bullpen, and it'll be middle innings. I don't think that they're going to do anything crazy, like put him on his put him in a high leverage situation. They're not going to ask him to close or be the setup man. I think it'd be more of a 6th, 7th inning type situation. So I'm checking some news just to make sure that I don't miss anything. So, but all in all, Soroka's going to be back sometime in May. He should be, barring any setbacks. And when he comes back, it's not necessarily going to be a starting role, because the other option is the 6-man rotation, and I'm not opposed to it. But I can just tell you this from listening to Anthopoulos quite a bit over the last couple of years, he appears to be very against it. Because what he always talks about, it's not the idea of having 6 pitchers. That sounds great, right? When you have 6 very good pitchers, you get them an extra day of rest. But the one thing that we always tend to forget about as far as the big picture is that if you have 6 guys in your rotation, you could still only have 13 pitchers. So you go from an 8-man bullpen to a 7-man bullpen. And what that would mean is your starters, every single one of them, they need to go pretty deep into games, because if not, you're going to put some unwanted stress on a bullpen that is much shallow, and there's nothing you can do about it right now. If MLB ever changes its restrictions on the 26-man roster and says, look, you can have 14, you can have 15 pitchers, I could see a lot of teams going to a 6-man rotation. But the reason why they don't is because of what I just laid out there. So that's why there's probably a very good possibility he doesn't be a part of a 6-man rotation. What he could be is like an opener, where they go in and they don't necessarily expect him to start, but when he comes in, an opener or a piggyback situation where he's going kind of like they did Strider last year. If you remember, every time Strider came in, it was like 2, maybe 3 innings. And it happened so many times where he was just absolutely dominant. They finally just said, we got to stretch this guy out and get him ready to go. They could take a similar approach to Soroka. As excited as I would be to see him back on the starting rotation, remember something else. They've already talked about the fact that they believe haven't announced an actual number, but they do believe that there is an innings limit on Soroka this year. They mentioned it in the offseason, because with him not being out there for so long, the last thing they want to do is wear him down and then cause another issue. Right? He hasn't gone out there and put any innings out in several years. 2019 was the last time Mike Soroka was essentially a starting pitcher in the major leagues. 2019. Because he didn't do it for very long in 2020, right? So you're talking about 5 seasons ago. The last thing you want to do is go out there, put him out there, and then out of nowhere, he starts to feel fatigue and he overcompensates, and then he blows his arm or his shoulder out. So they have an innings limit. They haven't said what the innings limit is, but I think it would be somewhere around 100 innings. That's typically the way they go when they start talking about innings limit. You know, when by next year, they would hope that he would be around the 150 range. But they're going to treat him with kid gloves, because they got a lot invested with him so far, and he's coming back. He's looking good, but right now it doesn't look like that he's going to be anything close to being a shoe-in as a starting pitcher right now, unless something, God forbid, happened to any of our other starting pitchers. But tonight, looking at the weather real quick, it is looking nasty. Tonight in New York, they're talking about a light rain starting around 8 o'clock. And if it's something that you could play ball in and there's not lightning in the area, maybe they can squeeze a game in. Game is supposed to start at 7:10. Maybe we get lucky and it pushes another direction. But as of right now, it's going to be tough. And then rain all through the night, 80% and 90% all through the night. And then tomorrow, the game is supposed to start at 4 p.m. And once again, we've got showers rolling in around that time tomorrow. It's fairly clear tomorrow morning in New York, but I don't see them doing a situation and go, hey, everyone, meet back here at the ballpark at 9 a.m. and let's go in these games knocked out of the way. It's what they should do, but they don't do that anymore. And then as far as the weekend goes, what it looks like, the forecast is going to be a little sketchy. Obviously, tonight rain. Tomorrow night, it's looking like rain. They're talking about 92% chance of rain. And then Sunday, they're talking about rain with the partial clearing at some point Sunday night. So I don't know if we're going to get any of these games in. And then, of course, Monday's finally the skies are supposed to open. So what are we going to play? A quadruple header on Monday? I don't know. We'll see what they decide to do. Something tells me one or two of these games is going to get pushed back to a later date. All right. Let's step aside for a second and get you ready for Braves Mets game 1 of a 4-game series in Gotham. Let's go, Braves country. Get your game face on. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball! Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Citi Field in the Big Apple, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for your Atlanta Braves and playing right field, Ronald Acuna Jr. batting .352, 4 home runs, 13 stolen bases, and 13 RBI. Matt Olson batting second and playing first, batting .250 with 7 home runs, 22 RBI. Austin Riley playing third, batting third, .258 on the year with 5 home runs and 15 RBI. Ozzie Albies is your cleanup hitter, playing second base, .257 with 7 bombs and 23 RBI. And Sean Murphy is behind the plate, 6 home runs, 16 RBI, and a .263 average. Vaughn Grissom, the shortstop, 6 RBI on the year, a .289 average. Eddie Rosario, the designated hitter, batting .222, and Kevin Pillar in left field, 1 home run, 5 RBI, a .227 average. And back in the lineup, patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves is Michael Harris II. He'll be batting ninth with a .217 average and 2 stolen bases. On the mound tonight for your Atlanta Braves, Max Fried comes in with a microscopic .60 ERA, a .93 whip through 15 innings pitched, 11 strikeouts, 3 walks allowed, no home runs, and 11 hits. He'll be going head-to-head with David Peterson for the New York Metropolitans. 1-3 on the year, 7.36 ERA, a 1.64 whip, 25 innings pitched, 33 hits allowed, 30 strikeouts, and 9 walks with 7 home runs coughed up. Leading off for the New York Mets, Brandon Nimmo, batting .341 on the year, 2 home runs, 13 RBI, 3 stolen bases. In right field and batting second, Starlin Marte, batting .229 on the year with 1 home run and 7 RBI. Francisco Lindor, batting third and playing short, a .222 clip, 4 home runs, 21 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Pete Alonso is the cleanup hitter. He'll be manning first base with 10 home runs, 25 RBI, a .252 average. Jeff McNeil, the second baseman, .301 on the year with 1 home run, 9 RBI, and a stolen base. And Mark Kanya, the designated hitter, .229 average with 2 home runs. Tommy Pham is in left field, batting .205 on the year. Beatty, getting his first start against a left-hander, is batting .321 on the year with 1 home run and 3 RBI. And Francisco Alvarez is behind the plate, batting .176 with 1 home run and 2 RBI. We are about set for first pitch. here on Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves versus the New York Metropolitans in Queens, New York for a 4-game series. Get you a cold one, grab you an armchair for a Friday night edition of Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves wearing the road grays with the red numerals, the red writing and the navy outline. Atlanta across the chest and the tomahawk underneath the word Atlanta. As Ronald Acuna Jr. gets set to climb into the batter's box. David Peterson steps on the mound. 1-3 with a 7.36 ERA. The Mets are in their home whites with their black tops. Blue Mets across the chest, outlined in orange. And the numerals and the letters the same on the back. Mets are wearing the black caps with the blue NY outlined in orange. And Acuna is getting set, spraying down his bat one last time as we are just about to start the 2023 season series against the New York Mets. So far, so good. We'll keep an eye on the radar. But as of right now, not showing any precipitation at the field. Acuna lines up and taps home plate umpire Quinn Wilcott's shoe and does the same with the hind catcher, as is tradition. Your first base umpire is Junior Valentine, and it is baseball time in Braves country. First pitch on the way, and Ronald Acuna Jr. hammers it right to shortstop Francisco Lindor. It'll be an L6 in your scorecard. Hot rocket, but right at Lindor. Game time just past 7:10 Eastern. Braves nothing, Mets nothing, and the first pitch on the way to Olsen. He shows bunt as the Mets are in a shift, and it's 0-1. Lefty-lefty matchup versus Peterson. They set up outside, the 0-1 pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Olsen, 250 average this year with 7 home runs, 22 RBI at 910 OPS. Beatty, the third baseman, playing about where the shortstop normally does. The 1-1 pitch right there for a strike. High and on the top corner, it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch on the way from Peterson, just outside wide. Good take by Matty, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Peterson. They set up outside one more time. Here's the pitch in the dirt and taken all the way by Olsen. Now got a full count to Matt Olsen. Nobody on, one away. On deck is Austin Riley. Mets and Braves turning into one of the better rivalries in Major League Baseball. Time is called, and it is given to the batsman, Matt Olsen. Home plate umpire Wilcott signals we're back for action. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and slider taken all the way right there for a strike. Caught looking. And there's 2 away. Matt Olsen must have been looking something on the edge. Must have been looking for something much faster because it just buckled his knees. So that'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley, lefty-righty matchup, takes a hack at the first pitch off the edge, changeup fading away, and it's 0-1. Riley, 258 on the year, 5 home runs, 15 RBI, an 804 OPS. The 0-1 delivery, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's quickly 0-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing, top of the first inning. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good take by Riley, and it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch from Peterson. He rocks and deals. Swing and a miss. Changeup. Got him. And that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down for your Atlanta Braves. The Metropolitans will grab the bats here in the bottom of the first.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I apologize for the distractions.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I saw a sign on this door that said exit only. So I entered it and I went up to the guy working there and I was like, I have some good news.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. New York Mets 0-0 as we head to the bottom of the first inning. Max Fried goes to work, and the first pitch is a strike right there. 92 miles an hour across the chest, and it's 0-1. Fried versus Nemo. Brandon Nemo off to a hot start, batting .341 on the year. The 0-1 swung on and grounded right to Olsen. Olsen has it. He'll step on the pillow, and there's one away. Keep you up to date on what's going on in the NFL draft as well. Joey Porter Jr. was just drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. We're trying to set something up for the breaks to show you the current picks. So hang on for that. That'll bring Starling Marte to the plate. Marte, 229 on the year, and the first pitch just inside, called for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch on the way right there for a strike. It's 1-1. 92-92 to start the at bat. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 1-1 delivery from Fried, swing and a miss. Same area, and it's 1-2. Fried has started Marte off with 3 pitches inside, down low. The 1-2 delivery down in the dirt. Good take by Starlin, and it's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch from Fried right there for a strike. Caught looking. He got caught watching the paint dry, and there's 2 away. Every pitch at that at bat was inside to Marte. We'll see how that's how Fried attacks him next time out. So a quick 2 up, 2 down. And here comes the dangerous bat of Francisco Lindor. Switch hitting, power hitting shortstop, $300 million man. The first pitch is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Of course, Lindor began his career with the Cleveland Indians at the time. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul. It's quickly 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, as see, they're looking at something. I'm trying to, I guess Lindor just needed a second to shake the ball off that he swung at, hit his back foot. The 0-2 pitch from Fried on the way, down below the knees. Good take by Lindor. It's 1-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Welcome into Braves Country Baseball, wherever you're enjoying your Friday night. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, taken for a ball, curveball, down low. It's 2-2. Standing on deck, Pete Alonso and 10 home runs. The 2-2 pitch from Fried, curveball down below the knees. And now it's a full count. Started him up 0-2 and is now gone to a full count to Francisco Lindor. Does not want to walk him, so he should get something to hit. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit on the ground over towards Riley. Riley's got it, scoops it, flips it. A 5-3 putout will end the inning, and it's 3 up, 3 down. Braves will grab the bats. Heart of the Braves order coming to the plate.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. A house is not a home without some...
But, I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink. I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Armchair.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
One summer day in 1839 at Cooperstown, New York, on the shores of Lake Otsego, the local academy was playing a game of town ball against Green's Select School. The rules of town ball were so loose that every hit was fair, and boys sometimes ran headlong into one another. That day, an academy player named Abner Doubleday sat down and on the spot drew up the rules for a brand new game and called it baseball. Abner Doubleday would eventually become a hero at the Battle of Gettysburg, and his game would become the national pastime, or so the legend has it. Abner Doubleday really was a distinguished soldier, but he was at West Point, not Cooperstown, that summer. Never claimed to have had anything to do with baseball, may never have even seen a professional game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Ozzie Albies is taken off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Change up missing wide. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's fouled back out of play. 90 miles an hour, top shelf, outer edge, and it's 1-1. 4 games are scheduled for this series if weather does not mess up the plans. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is grounded over towards third. Beatty's got it, scoops it, flips it over to first, and there's one away. Tonight, tomorrow at 4:10, Sunday at 1:40, and Monday at 1:10. We will bring all 4 games to you of the series, assuming they are played. So that'll bring Sean Murphy to the plate. Sean Murphy batting .263. The first pitch on the way to Murph is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Murphy with 6 home runs, 16 RBI. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Chase that changeup off the plate. It's 1-1. It's one of Peterson's bread and butter pitches to the right-handers. Tries to get you to chase that changeup. Almost Tom Glavine-like changeup on the left-hand side of the plate. The 1-1's in the dirt. Misses down around the ankles. It's 2-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 2-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. Inner cut. It's 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Murphy. Little bit of rain falling. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one around his ankles. And there's 2 away. Good pitch by Peterson. That'll bring Vaughn Grissom up to the plate. Grissom. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch to Griss is swing, and that ball is a broken bat, but the ball went towards the first base dugout. That ball shattered in his hands. It's 0-1. He took a swing of that ball, and the bat exploded into about 4 pieces, 2 of them heading towards the infield. So Grissom will get a second to get a new bat and get the bat prepared. An 0-1 count. Take a quick look at the NFL draft that's going on. Will Levis has been drafted by the Tennessee Titans as the Titans traded up to get their quarterback. Sam Laporta, tight end, goes to the Lions. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide. It's 1-1. One to Grissom. Swing and a miss. Change up in the dirt. And it's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch to Vaughn. Swung on, and that ball is rifled down the right field line. It's fair. It's past Alonso, and Grissom will take a turn, but he'll slam on the brakes. A 2-out single for Vaughn. Good piece of hitting by Vaughn Grissom. Stuck with it and just sent it where it came from. I think it's what these Braves hitters are going to have to do against Peterson. He lives on that outer edge. For lack of a better term, they're going to have to Travis d'Arnaud the ball. Just send it the opposite way and be okay with singles and doubles. So that'll bring the lefty-lefty matchup of Rosario and Peterson. First pitch to Rosario is a fastball off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Rosario now batting .222, 3 home runs, 5 RBIs. His bat's starting to heat up. The 1-0 pitch. Check swing foul, out of play. It's 1-1. The 1-1 to Rosario. Lefty-lefty matchup. Runner on first, 2 outs. Peterson flips it over to first to keep Grissom close by. Easily beats the throw back. We'll do it again at 1-1. Dark skies here in New York. The hope is it doesn't rain too hard and they can get the game in. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Right underneath his hands. Peterson took something off of that one. Might have been his slider. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. 2 on. 1 on, 2 out. Here's the delivery. Swing, and that ball is grounded over towards second. McNeil's got it, flips it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves put 1 on, but fail to score. We'll be back at a flash, Braves country.
I should have gone to law school or high school.
Braves Country HD on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast. Stay locked in on Braves Country HD. Always just moments away from the big play.
Here's Cunningham. Dodges left and puts it way downfield for Fred Barnett, who has the catch. And the race is on. There are no flags. A 95-yard touchdown.
The ball just over the goal line of the Cowboys. Dorsett, single setback. Big opening for Tony Dorsett. Look out, he's got great speed. 99 yards and a half. Dorsett down the sideline. Stays in bounds. Can you believe that? 99.5-yard run, I think, is the longest run in the history of the league.
Here's Cunningham back to throw it and going deep, and he's got Moss, and there's a flag on the play, and Moss has caught the pass and is in the end zone anyway. Touchdown. Just throw it as far as you can.
Randy Moss is amazing. Randall Cunningham is amazing.
Mike Schmidt batting .286, 10 homers. He's knocked in 29. He's tied for second in the league in home runs behind Eric Davis, who has 13 of them. Schmidt, Dawson, and Durham of the Cubs each have 10. 1-1 to Schmidt. Schmidt lifetime is hitting just 189 against Nolan Ryan. 7 hits and 37 at bats. 5 of those 7 hits have been home runs. Struck him out. First strikeout for Ryan. That's 2 down here in the first.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves, New York Mets. First pitch on the way from Max Fried to Alonso is a swing and a miss strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate. Swing and a miss. Chase it off the edge. It's 0-2. To start this off. I do apologize for that, y'all. My dogs were fighting in the other room. I don't know if y'all could hear that, but I'd never heard that scream before. I got them separated. So back to the action. Pete Alonso strikes out, and it's a 3-0 count to Jeff McNeil. It's a 3-0 count. And ball 4, 4-pitch walk to Jeff McNeil. Trying to clean that up here a second. Do apologize. That kind of rattled me. I was like, what in the world is that sound? It was a blood-curdling scream. I don't know if y'all could hear that or not. Well, my 2 puppies had each other pinned in the other room. So that'll bring up the right-handed bat of Mark Kanya. The first pitch on the way to Kanya is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Nothing, your score. Yeah, Matt, that was crazy. I did not know what that was. When we come to find out, the 0-1 pitch is off the plate, and it's 1-1. When I walked in there, it wasn't nearly as bad as it sounded, but it sounded like one of them had the other one in dire straits. So I've got them separated now, so that should end that. But man, oh man, as I try to get my head back into the game, the 1-1 pitch in the dirt, and ball gets away, but the runner will stay at first. It's 2-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Max Fried looks over to first, doesn't offer, but that will be considered an offering. Doesn't actually throw it there. The 2-1 pitch. Strike right down the middle, and the runner's on the go, and head first slide. McNeil has the base stolen. Good jump by McNeil. Kind of a high throw by Murphy. And according to Mark, he pronounces it Kanya, so I'm going to go with that. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt, and it's 3-2. The 3-2 pitch to Kanya. On the way, swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing, 1 away. A 3-2 count. And swing, and that ball's hit high, but not very deep into center field. Michael Harris is on the run. He'll make the catch and fire it to third to keep the runner at second, and there's 2 away. Good to see Michael Harris back out there in that outfield patrolling. So that'll bring up the right-handed stick of Tommy Pham to the plate. Pham digs in. The first pitch to Pham is just below the knees. Close pitch. It's 1-0. 93 miles an hour right there at the knees. The 1-0. Fastball just misses high. It's 2-0. So the first 2 pitches, Fried has clipped the bottom and the top of the strike zone. Did not get either call. From what I remember of Wilcott, he's more of an east and west. The 2-0. Curveball, strike on the outer edge. It's 2-1. Kind of a high curveball. I don't think that's where Fried necessarily wanted to go with that. The 2-1 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's banged foul. Another curveball, a little high. Pham couldn't keep it fair, and it's 2-2. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Runner on second, 2 away, a 2-2 pitch. Max kicks and deals, swing and a miss, strike 3. Just underneath the zone, he went chasing the changeup, and that'll end the inning. Braves will grab the bats. 0-0 heading to the second.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Braves Country HD.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly. Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it! Dwight Clark!
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here on the Super Bowl. But in the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Kevin Pillar is taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup, the 0-1 delivery from Peterson. Swing and a miss, changeup, outer edge. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hit high and deep into left field just before the warning track. Fam's underneath it, and there's one away. So that'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Harris, lefty-lefty matchup. And the first pitch on the way to Harris is a swing and a miss. Strike about letter high. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 0-1 pitch to Harris. Swung on, that ball is hit on the ground. Easy play for McNeil. And it's a 4-3 putout for the out number 2. So that'll bring the top of the order back around. Ronald Acuna Jr. lined out his first time up to shortstop on the first pitch. The first pitch on the way to Ronnie is taken for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Acuna batting .349, 4 home runs on the year, 13 RBI. The 0-1 pitch. High and inside, evening up the count at 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Change up on the outer edge. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. On the way to Acuna, swing and a miss, strike 3. Kind of a half-hearted check swing. That'll end the inning. Acuna slams the helmet. Mets will grab the bats. Bottom of the third, 0-0 in New York.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maury onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maury ties it. this game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence, a lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Sit shot. It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Fried to the left-handed bat of Beatty is a curveball outside, taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Rain continues to fall here in New York, kind of a light drizzle. The 1-0 pitch. Just off the plate, it's 2-0. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Beatty hitting .321. The 2-0 pitch swing, and that ball is hit on the ground up the middle, and it'll get into center field for a leadoff single for the Mets. Max Fried left that ball up, and it's probably fortunate that that's all he got was a single out of that. So 1 on, nobody out. That'll bring the number 9 hitter, Francisco Alvarez. Lefty-righty matchup. The first pitch to Alvarez, down below the knees. Slider taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Alvarez, one of the top prospects in baseball, batting .176, 1 home run, 2 RBI, a .465 OPS on the early season. The 1-0 pitch swing, and that ball is fouled out of play over the first base dugout. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Fried. Looks the runner back, kicks and deals, swing, and that ball comes right up the middle, scooped up by Ozzie. He is going to barely get the ball in time and step on second base for the force out. By the time he got over there, no chance to get Alvarez. Good defensive play by Ozzie as the ball was kind of spun off. And I think it went right between the legs of Fried, and it was in no man's land between him and Grissom, and Ozzie did a great job of backhanding it and hustling to second to get the force. That was close. What slowed it down was it hit the mound. I thought it might have got a piece of Fried. So lefty-lefty matchup now for Nimmo, and the first pitch on the way to Brandon Nimmo is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Nimmo 0 for 1 with the ground out in the first. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 96 right down the heart of the plate, and it's 0-2. One on, one out. On deck, Starlin Marte. The 0-2 pitch. Down below the knees. Slider misses. Fastball. Well off the plate, it's 1-2. The 1-2 from Fried. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the windup and pitch swing and a fouls off the curveball. It's 1-2. Max Fried having to blow into his hand. Kind of a chilly night here in New York, and then you got the rain on top of it. All the locals are bundled up in the stands. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. 95 on the outer edge. Nimmo never had a chance, and there's 2 away. Did find an interesting article during the break about Mark Kanya. So his name is technically Kanya, but he pronounces it Kanya because he said him and his family always thought that was too proper. So both pronunciations are correct. I always wondered about that. First pitch on the way to Marte is a curveball, just misses inside, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Slider down below the knees, evening up the count at 1-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. Max Fried at 45 pitches so far this outing. The 1-1 on the way. Swing and a miss, strike two. Change up over the plate, just below the zone. And it's a 1-2 count from Fried. Runner on first, 2 away. And a chilly, rainy night in New York. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Murphy. And Alvarez will stay at bay. He thought about going, but Murphy would have had him dead to rights. Alvarez, though a catcher, young guy and in pretty good shape. He actually has pretty good wheels for a catcher. So the 2-2 pitch to Starling. Lefty-righty matchup, winds up and deals, swung on. That ball is banged on the ground over towards Grissom. It's going to be a 6-4 force play. 3 up, 3 innings up, and 3 innings down. It's 0-0 in New York.
We can't Ruby Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Braves Country HD is AFC South Country all season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown.
Wow! Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Look downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown goal.
Slant caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Braves Country HD.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Landon will grab the bats and it'll be Matt Olson. Back up. He's 2 for 8 with 2 home runs. As the first pitch on the way versus David Peterson is down below the knees for a ball. 1-0. Wind's kind of whipping around Citi Field right now. Time is called. No, time was not called. A pitcher violation. Pitch timer was called. So it's a 2-0 count to Olson. 3-0 now the count as the second pitch misses below the knees. Automatic ball after the slider that missed. It's now 3-0. The 3-0 delivery to Olson, right there for a strike. 3-1. The 3-1. Swing, and that ball's hit up the middle, and a jumping, leaping play from second to short. McNeil, did he make the play? I'm sorry, that was Lindor. He was out of position. Olson was busting it down the line. They're going to say he's out. The Braves want to take a quick look at this. Lindor was off his back foot. We all know Olson does not run very fast. It's close. If it's not an out, it's really close. I don't think they're going to try to. He was probably tie-go to the runner, but I don't think they would have gotten it overturned. So the first pitch on the way to Riley is down below the knees, and it's 1-0. His foot was hitting the bag just as the 1-0 pitch is in the dirt, ball 2-0. Just as the ball was hitting the glove of Alonso, and I just don't think there would have been enough to overturn that. The 2-0 to Riley. Down below the knees, ball 3-0. The 3-0 pitch on the way, down below the knees, ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk. Riley will head down to first. With Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Ozzie, 0 for 1. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? Bends over towards the first base dugout. Out of play, and it's 0-1. Braves nothing, Mets nothing. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss just over the top of that one. And it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way to Ozzie. Peterson's going to flip it over to first real quick to try to catch Riley napping. No such luck. Scoreless game in the top of the fourth. 1 away, 1 on. An 0-2 pitch. Here's the windup and swing and a miss. Strike 3. Ozzie went fishing off the deck, and there's 2 away. Atlanta Falcons in the second round drafted offensive tackle Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse, the 38th overall pick. First pitch on the way to Murphy is right there for a strike down the heart of the plate. It's 0-1. Rain continues to fall here in New York, a steady rain. The 0-1 to Murphy. Peterson looks in, the 49th pitch of the night, and swung on, and that ball is a soft liner over towards short. One hops it. Lindor tosses it to second for the force, and that'll end the inning. So Braves put 1 on, but fail to score. It's 0-0 in New York.
Zit shark.
I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. We're 1 out away, Braves Country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Scoreless game between the Mets and the Braves, and the first pitch on the way to Lindor is a swing and a foul back out of play. It's 0-1. Most of the fans that are in the stands have ponchos and other ways of keeping the water off of them. The 0-1 pitch, slow curveball, swing and a miss, 0-2. Lindor has almost like a smile on his face, like, I can't believe I swung at that. The 0-2 pitch on the way from Fried, just off the plate wide. Not giving him anything there. It's 1-2. Braves play Lindor in a bit of a shift in the infield, fairly straight away in the outfield. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, curveball on the outer edge, and Lindor kind of flipped his bat towards it, couldn't make contact, and there's 1 away. 1 away, and that'll bring Pete Alonso to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Alonso is a curveball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Alonso. Fastball inside. Close shave off the plate. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball is screwballed over towards the batter's circle near first base side. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Curveball down below the knees, taken all the way. It's 2-2. Two-two delivery from Fried. Swing, and that ball's hit hard over towards short. Grissom has it in the hole. High throw, and did he get him? They're going to say he's safe. Had to go deep in the hole, throw off his back foot. That's another bang play there. They're taking a look at it in the Braves dugout. We'll see if they challenge it. And it looks like Walt Weiss is hearing they see something that'll overturn it, so they're going to try and challenge this. Looking at the replay finally, I don't think that's going to get overturned. Looking at it, and yeah, he's safe. I don't know what whoever's sitting up in the booth making that call, I don't know what they saw, but it looks like Olson, his foot comes down just as Alonso is crossing the bag. Unless there's something on this. If nothing else, tie goes to the runner. It's that close. It's hard to believe you got two plays this close at first base in back-to-back innings. I think they would have had a better chance of getting the other one overturned, but we'll see what they say here. I appreciate the compliment there, hobbyist. I don't know if you it's nothing Braves Mets. By the way, my dogs are tied up one apiece. If y'all missed the beginning of that was I'd never heard that before in my life, but I got them separated. During one of the breaks, I went in there to check them to make sure that there wasn't something wrong, but they both, I don't know if it was all for theatrics or not. It doesn't seem like either one of them has a marking on them. So the call is back, and it's going to be safe. Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure he beat the throw, and if he didn't beat the throw, it's tie goes to the runner. I don't think they should have challenged that. So 1 on, 1 out, and the first pitch on the way to McNeil is down below the knees for a ball. Sinker missing. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Down below the knees, similar pitch, similar spot. It's 2-0. McNeil walked his first time up. Drizzle still coming down steady. The 2-0 pitch. Right there for a strike. Look like the slider. It's 2-1. Fried's been starting him with a steady diet of soft stuff. We'll see what he goes to on the 2-1. Murphy sets up on the outside, swing, and bangs it off the plate. Look like the fastball on the outer edge. It's 2-2. It's hard for me to tell, but it looks like that the rain's coming down even harder now. You do wonder how long they'll let him sit out here. Such a big series, but you don't want anyone getting injured. The 2-2 delivery. Kicks and deals, swing, and it's a comebacker to Fried. It's going to be a 1-6-3. He's safe at first. So it would have been a 1-6-3 inning-ending double play, but a kind of slow developing. Fried had to leap to make the catch, and by the time he flipped it over to Grissom, McNeil was hustling down the line. So there'll be 2 away now here in the bottom of the 4th with a runner on first. First pitch on the way to our old friend Mark Kanya, and it's 1-0. So in an interview, he was quoted as saying that it's technically Kanya, but him and his family pronounce it Kanya, and some folks pronounce it Canna. But he goes with Kanya. I guess the name is originally Portuguese, and the correct pronunciation is Kanya, but that's not how his family pronounces it. So we'll call him Mark. It's 1-0. First pitch on the way to Mark is swung on and grounded over to third, and it's a 5-4 4 putout to end the inning. So Mets threatened but failed to score. Grissom, Rosario, and Pilar on the way.
Yellow. What delay industries? No, they're delayed. Say they're delayed. Now you're way off. They're delayed. Say they're no problem. How did you know who they wanted?
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
How can 6 of you miss a play like that? Huh? All 6 of you. The ball jumped out of there as soon as we made contact. I thought you were talking about you being on the field. No. What?
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
Baseball has nearly all the qualities and the narrative that the country has.
It's competitive. It's spirited. It's got the joshing, and it's got the intellectual side, the great students of it. But it's also got labor unions and management and gimmicks and promotion and venality, and great public fools in baseball, and great public heroes, and self-serving people, and generous people. And it has pride and unity of town and of country, and it'll do for a figure for the American system.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball as we get the scoreboard back up there, trying to give you all an idea of what's going on in the NFL draft as we move along here. Braves nothing, Mets nothing, top of the 5th inning. Almost feels like a heavyweight bout where they're just kind of throwing light jabs, try to feel each other out. As this is the first of 12 games. We know how important these games were last year, but they're even more important this year. Last year, 19 meetings. This year, only 12. I still don't understand why Major League Baseball didn't make sure everybody played in the division an odd number of games, 11, 13, what have you. Grounds crew is adding some dry dirt onto both the mound and the infield, and they're clearing out of the way as the rain continues to come down, but it's not a hard rain. First pitch on the way to Grissom from Peterson is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Rain is also expected for tomorrow in the forecast and Sunday. This series wraps around till Monday where it's supposed to be clear. The 1-0. Belt high. Called for a strike over the plate. It's 1-1 to Grissom. Grissom 1 for 1 with the single down the right field line his first time up. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball's hit on the ground over towards short. Lindor has it, grabs it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout to start the 5th. Rain continues to come down pretty hard. Most of the fans have ran for cover. That'll bring Rosario to the plate. Rosario 0 for 1 with a ground out. First pitch on the way to Rosario. Swung on, and that ball is rifled into the left center field gap. It's going to get cut off by Brandon Nimmo. Good defensive play by Nimmo to keep that to just a single. It's a 1-out single for Rosario and the Braves here in the top of the 1st. Pitch on the outer edge, and Eddie just went with it. They were playing Eddie on a shift on the infield. He went against the grain and is standing on first. So 1 out, 1 on. Quick flip by Peterson over to Alonso, trying to catch Rosario off guard. Closer than it should have been, but he's back safe. Peterson now asking for a new ball because that ball kind of skipped in the dirt. So the first pitch on the way from Peterson to Pilar is right there for a strike, about chest high. It's 0-1. Quinn Wolcott, your home plate umpire. Junior Valentine down the first base line. Adrian Johnson second. Manny Gonzalez down the third base line. The 0-1 from Peterson winds up in, ball is swung on and grounded down the left field line. It is just fair, and I mean just fair. Eddie Rosario is going to truck it around third, kind of a Cadillac. He had no chance of scoring on the play, and Pilar is going to wind up at second. So it's a rather ho-hum double down the line. When that ball was first hit, I thought it was foul. But looking at the replay, it just hugged inside the line. They kind of kicked off the wall. So Pham had to play it on the carom, but not enough time for Rosario to get around to score. So runners on second and third, one out. Michael Harris comes to the plate. Buck Showalter is out arguing. I don't know what he's out arguing. It was a double down the line. So I don't know what he could be arguing. But he's giving the home plate umpire an earful. Looking at the replay, I guess he just thinks that it was foul. That's my only take on what he thinks could have been. Because as the ball went by, it did not touch the umpire. He moved his foot out of the way, so had it hit him, it could have been ruled a single, but it did not hit him. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Of course, from where Buck's sitting, that's quite a ways away. So maybe somebody told them they thought he made contact. Mets have the infield in, an 0-1 count to Harris, and swing and a miss. Slider right there about chest high. And it's 0-2. Big at bat here for Harris. Trying to find a way to get a run in. Scoreless game in New York. The 0-2 pitch to Harris. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. We'll do it again at 0-2. Standing on deck is Acuna. And you got to wonder, if they get Harris here, would they walk Acuna to get to the left-handed Olsen? The 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's popped up high and over towards the third base dugout. Just gets out of play. Beatty gave it chase. The way he was camped underneath it at first, I thought it was going to stay in. But it sailed over towards the third base dugout and bounced into the crowd. So Harris trying to find any way to not be a pop out or a strikeout. The 0-2 pitch on the way in the dirt. Good eye by Michael, and it's 1-2. Harris is having to take the head of the bat and wipe it on his jersey to keep it dry. I'd say it keeps going back and forth from a light drizzle to a hard drizzle. I haven't seen like a full-blown storm come out yet, but you don't know what's in the forecasts around the bend. I know there's some heavier rains that are planned. The 1-2 to Harris. Off the plate wide. Good eye. It's 2-2. Four-seam fastball missing off the plate. The entire Mets infield is in, so anything up the middle would score two. Here's the 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Alvarez. That could have been trouble. Eddie Rosario with good wheels down there at third base. kept it in front of him. So a full count to Harris. Pitching coach and Alvarez and the entire infield is going to go out there and talk to Peterson. Kind of get an idea of what they want to do right now. Normally about this time we start hitting the scoreboard, but honestly, this is the most important game in baseball right now. But we will take a look at the scoreboard real quick. Minnesota leads Kansas City 8-6. That game is in the 8th inning. Blue Jays Mariners are tied at 2 early on. Cubs 2-1 over the Marlins in the 7th. So we're back at it. A 3-2 count on the way to Harris. Swing, that ball's fouled off the ground and into his foot. He's hopping around, but it seems like he's okay. Do it again at 3-2. Guardians 4, Red Sox 1. That game is in the 4th. Bieber on the mound for Cleveland. Rays and White Sox are knotted up at 2 in the 4th. Phillies lead the Astros 1-0. That game just got underway in the 1st. The 3-2 pitch from Peterson on the way. Swing, and that ball is hit down the third base line, and they're going to have a runner in. Rosario gets around the tag, but they're going to call him out. I think they're going to say he ran outside the baseline. So it's going to be a 5-2 put out as Betty came home. Rosario probably should not have gone on that. He went on contact, I guess, hoping for a bad defensive play. On the play, Pilar makes it down to third. So you got runners on the corners now with 2 away. And Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. It's a little bit of a different situation now. Before I was thinking they might contemplate intentionally walking him, but with runners on the corners, looks like they're going to go ahead and pitch to him. First pitch to Acuna, swung on that ball, is rifled into right field. It's going to get down where the green grass grows, and it's 1-0 Atlanta. On the play, Michael Harris goes first to third. Good piece of hitting by Ronald. Hit it right in the hole with Alonso holding the runner on. In the infield, on a bit of a shift, there was a wide open hole on first base side, and Acuna stuck his foot in the ground and drove it the other way. Closest person to that ball in the infield was Michael Harris, leading off of first. So 1-0 here in the 5th. Finally got some scoring here, and that'll get Matt Olson to the plate. Peterson does a quick flip over to first. Acuna just under the tag. Runners on the corners, 2 out. Olson 0 for 2 with a strikeout, a ground out. Batting average has been plummeting. First pitch on the way is swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama, ding dong, a 3-run blast, and it is 4-0. Your Atlanta Braves, 433 happy feet off the bat of Matt Olson. And what an incredible time for him to come out of that slump. He gets high fives all around at home plate. And it's 4-0 Atlanta. Far from over, but a huge boost. Looked like on that play from Olson as the first pitch on the way to Riley is taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Looked like it was the slider. If you're familiar with the movie 61, it's one of those, was that the slider? Yeah, but it didn't slide. And so it's 4-0. 1-0 pitch misses outside. It's 2-0 to Riley. Riley, too, has been scuffling. The 2-0 pitch. Off the plate wide. Ball 3, 3-0. 2 outs, a 3-0 to Riley, just below the knees. Borderline pitch, but he got the benefit of the doubt. It's 3-1. Three-1 from Peterson. Kicks and deals. Swing, and that ball's fouled down the line. Plenty fouling out of play over the first base dugout. So a full count to Riley. Lefty-righty matchup. Peterson kicks and deals. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 3-2. Now, I saw the stats on Peterson today in a 7.76 ERA, but I've always known him to pitch the Braves tough. Really surprised me. And honestly, he's pitched a decent game till this inning. The 3-2 pitch. Caught looking on the outer edge. Might have been a touch off the plate. But home plate umpire Quentin Wilcox says, man, I got to get out of this rain. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You dumped a porn star? Friendship over!
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
When someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes.
Lager, the beer that brought the forest down.
I drive an exotic imported sports car. I eat exotic foreign food like frankfurters and pizza. But when it comes to numbing my mind, I'm a patriot. I drink the beer that brought the forest down. I'm a lager man. And with the new 80-bottle Trump pack, you've got enough for the evening. Hey, it's happy hour somewhere.
Lager brings out the patriot in you.
1786. A fine day. Play ball in the campus, but am beaten, for I miss catching and striking the ball. Princeton College.
Children have hit balls with bats as long as there have been children. But baseball's most direct ancestors were two British games. Rounders, a children's sport brought to New England by the earliest colonists, and cricket, a stately pastime divided into innings and supervised by umpires. By the time of the American Revolution, there were many variations. Boys played one version or another in schoolyards and village greens and on college campuses.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the fifth inning. Max Fried goes back to work, and the first pitch goes high and inside. It's 1-0. Tommy Pham at the plate, 0 for 1 with the strikeout in the second. The 1-0 pitch just inside, misses. It's 2-0. Max Fried had a long rest there on the bench. See if that might affect him. The 2-0 swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. It's 2-1. Max Fried about to throw his 68th pitch of the night. The 2-1. Did he go around? Looks like he did. He did. It's 2-2. Fastball high and off the plate, but Pham check swinged around. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, changeup, and it's 3-2. Fried wants a new ball with the rain that's been coming down. It's been happening quite a bit. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's hammered over towards second, but right at Ozzie Albies. He catches it on the slow jog, and there's one away. Hard hit ball over to the right side. Thankfully, Ozzie was right there in good position. So that'll bring Beatty to the plate. He's 1 for 1, takes the first pitch low for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 92 miles an hour. Letter high. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Max. Off the plate wide. Ball 2, 2-1. So he's going slider, fastball, fastball to start the at-bat. A 2-1 count. Here's the offering. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. 93 just off the edge. And an even count. So a 2-2 to Beatty. 1 out. Here in the bottom of the 5th. Fried looks in. Murphy sets up on the outside. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 94 right down Main Street. And there's 2 away. Good pitch by Fried. Actually foul tipped. I didn't think he got a piece of it, but he did. Just got a little bit of that ball, but it went right into Murphy's glove. So that'll bring the number 9 hitter, Francisco Alvarez, to the plate. Alvarez, first pitch is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. High and out of the zone. It's 2-0. Two-0 from Fried. Kicks and deals. Right there for a strike at the knees. Alvarez kind of barks back at the umpire. He's going to learn as a catcher. He doesn't want to make an enemy behind the plate. The 2-1 from Fried. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. And it's an even count, the 2 away. Bottom of the 5th, 2 away. 4-0 is your score. Rain continues to come down. I'm really surprised. Just looking at the radar earlier, that we've gotten this much of the game in. The 2-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-2. The 3-2 pitch from Fried. Swing, and that ball is lasered into center field. Cutting it off and getting it back in quickly is Michael Harris. And it's a 2-out single here in the bottom of the 5th. Good defensive play by Michael. Caught it off in the gap. Cut it off in the gap and kind of an awkward way that he had to skip over and make the play. I'm sure that wet surface is on all their minds. First pitch on the way to Brandon Nimmo is a ball off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball's fouled out of play. It's 1-1. Fastball to start the at-bat with Nimmo. He's 0 for 2 with a ground out, a strikeout, batting .333 on the year, 2 home runs, 13 ribbies, a .901 OPS. Here's the 1-1 delivery. Swing and a miss. Nice pitch by Fried. Slider on the outer edge. His slider almost worked like a changeup there, and it's 1-2. Fried 1 strike away from getting out of this. 84 pitches on the evening. The 1-2. Inside and high. Ball 2, 2-2. Tried to go to the curveball there, but it didn't curve. Kind of flattened out. luckily out of the zone. The 2-2 from Max. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike three, and that'll end the inning. Good hard stuff on the outside. So the Mets put one on but fail to score. We'll head to the top of the sixth. It's 4-0 Atlanta.
Work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They call it super wonderful, crazy fun time or skippity-doo.
Well, what do we do? This just got way too complicated.
I've got it. Here's what's going down. Corey, you talk to your team. You guys are going to decline that holding call.
Done.
Yo, wait, but hold on. Trey Sean, once we break this huddle, you're going to get out there, do some crazy celebration. I'm talking some humpies. Whatever you got to do, you do it. Okay, I got you. I'm going to call unsportsmanlike conduct on the celebration, giving the Whites better field position after the kickoff. Coach, I need you to talk to your team about letting them run that kickoff back.
Why would I do that?
Think about it. Defense, special team, it's all one. You let them run that kick back, both your defenses get 6 points.
Nice.
Okay, everyone good here?
Yeah.
Nope. Once again, my kicker is getting no love.
Oh, shut up, Bill. Your team is in first place. Plus, you're about to get an extra point for the PAT.
Yeah, don't be greedy, Bill.
Stop being greedy, Bill.
Bill. Fine.
Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
I said fine.
Bill.
Bill. Yeah, Bill. You, Bill.
All right, let's do this. Get out there.
Wait a minute. Trey Sean comes in with a very delayed celebration here. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be yeah, there it is. Another
Armchair. I'm not playing your stupid game.
When the University of Illinois played Northwestern, Illinois rooters fired blanks into the air. Much more convenient than yelling, the campus paper said, and has a better effect on the visiting team. And when the Princeton Tigers beat Yale, their fans roared right onto the field.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0, and they are coming out with the tarps. So we are going to a weather delay. Andy Griffith's show is up next. We'll take a look at the weather. We're going to leave the stream up and just play music in the background. And as I hear something, as I know something, I will pass it along. So we got a weather delay in Atlanta heading to the 6th inning, 4-0. It's an official game if they did want to call it at some point. I don't think it's that serious, but we'll see what happens. So we're going to step aside and kind of going to try to get some information on the weather around there and try to find some things out from the New York side of it to see how long we can expect this delay. So we'll go ahead and put some music on real quick, and Braves lead at 4-0. We'll keep the scoreboard up there, and hopefully we won't have a really long delay like we did yesterday with the 3 hours. Welcome back. We just got news. The game has been called. The Atlanta Braves win. You can see right there on your scoreboard, the Atlanta Braves win. It's a final after 5 innings. The Atlanta Braves win 4-0. Go over the stats real quick before we say goodbye. And as you see, your winning pitcher is going to be Max Fried. He's going to go to 2-0. David Peterson goes to 1-4, taking the loss. The big play, of course, was the home run by Matt Olson, the 3-run shot that we didn't know it then, but it blew the game wide open. So the Braves take game 1 of the series. They're expecting rain till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So the game finally was called. I really don't know what took them so long other than the fact that the Mets didn't want to concede defeat. So the game is over and the Braves win. And we plan on being here tomorrow, 4:10 first pitch. But the weather, once again, does not look great. But we weren't sure if we would get tonight's game in, so we will give it a go. The plan is to be here tomorrow and bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves, and we'll do a little bit of a pregame show, probably around 3:45. We'll come in on the pregame show somewhere between 3:30 and 3:45 and get you set for game number 2 of this series, which if it goes off, 4:10 first pitch, and it'll be Spencer Strider on the mound. So we look forward to that. Well, those of y'all who are still here, y'all are troopers. Y'all have a great night. I've been fighting trying to stay. I was like, my God, are they ever going to either call this game or get back to playing? I kept looking at the radar. I had it on my big screen. I just could not understand why they weren't calling it long before they did. But great news is Braves win. Braves are now 3 games in front of the New York Mets. We'll be back at it tomorrow with Spencer Strider. Tomorrow, 4:10, 1:40 on Sunday, and 1:10 on Monday. This is assuming that the weather cooperates. Y'all have a great night, Braves country. And how about them Braves? They got a W.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Braves Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, We'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Well, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.